Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2014 Try Liverpool event. If you are already here, potentially sitting in your hotel waiting to participate, you'll see we've been greeted by glorious conditions this morning. It is currently hammering it down, but not to distrust. We're going to have a fantastic day full of action, mass participation events. We've got over 1,200 people contesting, and we'll be culminating today's proceedings with the elite men and women. In terms of those, if you do know your triathlon, in terms of there's a lots of standard open events which we currently got underway at 7 o'clock, which we start off with the male competitors, where we start off with the standard age groups from 17 right up till the 55 plus. They're the last wave to go at 8 a.m. this morning. Then we take the stage of the females and we'll work our way through the age groups there. And then we move into the open sprints, which will incorporate some of the relay events. We've got our para-triathletes also in action on show. Then we've got our youths, and as we mentioned at the start there, it will be our elite athletes who will be closing the programme. We do have our live stream cameras dotted in and around the course, so you will be able to see action from each of the vital stop points. We will be looking to use the results service to update you online, so in the meantime, get yourself comfy and stay tuned for a fantastic day of competition. So as previously mentioned, we've just had 2 waves of action get underway. At 7 a.m. it was the standard male 17 and 20 category, and the standard male 25 just went at 7:05, and then it's another 5 minutes till the male 30. At 7:20 it's the standard male 35, 7:30 is the standard male 40, 7:40 a.m. is a standard male 45, 7:50 a.m. is a standard male 50, and at 8 a.m. that's the final wave of the men, and that's 55 plus. We're roughly estimating swim times to be around about, certainly for these leading protagonists in the opening few waves, it's going to be a good 20 minutes before we do actually get any updates and able to give you any visuals in terms of leading competitors as thought. But just to advise you that Try Liverpool is organised in part of Lagagard Events Unlimited and British Triathlon, and is greatly supported by Liverpool City Council. We certainly know they've been a humongous help in aiding put on today's proceedings. It's also hosted by British Triathlon because it will incorporate the British Triathlon Championship. So for all those age categories which I'd previously went through, so in terms of the standard age groups, all of those disciplines, the youths and the elites, it will incorporate the British Championship. So there'll be lots of medals to be on display today. Lots of people who won the title last year coming back to regain, or those moving up into new age groups as well. And as we mentioned before, over 1,000 triathletes will be swimming and cycling, running around these iconic docks here in Liverpool with the course all the way. As we've mentioned at the moment, the conditions aren't fantastic for spectating, but it's good to see lots of support members who are going to be out there. So if you don't, please don't be deterred by the weather. Come prepared to get wet, but make sure you can lend your support to what's going to be a fantastic event. As you're probably already aware, triathlon is a fast-growing and modern dynamic sport with a consistent growth in participation each year, and it's testament again in 2014 here at Try Liverpool that the numbers have surged again. It's a fantastic event. For those of you who are unfortunately not able to stay with us for the live stream throughout, Channel 4 cameras are here, and they're going to be doing a highlights broadcast a week today, on the 2 weeks today, on the 24th of August at 7 a.m. So if you have missed, unfortunately, or you can't stay for the whole of the live stream, there will be a highlights program being broadcast on the 24th of August at 7 a.m. on Channel 4. So as we mentioned in terms of last year's defending champions, we certainly have in their standard 17 category, which is all athletes basically under 20 years of age. Edward Evans took the British title last year, and he's here today in Liverpool looking to defend that crown. Second behind Edward last year was Joshua Newman, but he steps up into the 20 to 24 category, so he'll be looking to bid for secure that title, and he'll be taking on Michael Birchmore, who was the 2013 standard 20 champion. Also, we have the standard 25 champion Alex Lawton, and also on the female side we have Rachel Hallam, who was last year's standard 25 but has now moved up into the standard 30 age group. Also, we have Chris Standage. He was last year's standard 30 champion. He's looked to defend his title today, and last year's standard bronze medalist was Peter Wilby. He's also out in the water. And also on the female side we have Sarah Lewis, who was the bronze medalist last year in the standard 30. So those are hopefully, maybe not necessarily seeing them towards the fore in the swimming, but certainly as we get to the close of proceedings we'll expect some of those names to figure highly. So we've had our initial athletes out of the water, and the current first athlete out of the water is Thomas Davies, who's one of the junior athletes. Sean Wiley, Ryan Griffiths, Ross Landon and Michael Birchmore. They're all spread roughly around about 90 seconds between them. So just to explain, it is quite a complicated transition process here for Tri Liverpool. Once the athletes have now exited the water, they head up a ramp and inside the Liverpool Echo Arena, where they'll head down into the car park, and that's where their bikes will be located at their respective transition stations. It's a quick change, obviously, there and out onto the road. And we currently understand that Thomas Davies, as expected, was first out of the swim. He's first onto the road on his bike, closely followed by Ryan Griffiths now, who's moved into second place, and it's Sean Wiley who's in third. So it's those junior athletes, those 17 to 19-year-olds currently leading the way. First in the 20 to 24 age group is Ross Landon. He's closely followed by last year's defending champion Michael Birchmore, and currently in third place in the 20 to 24 age group is Edward James Rogers. So based upon our 7 a.m. start time for those initial waves, some of the athletes are around about 30 minutes in. So just to give you an update on proceedings, obviously, a reminder again, it is the Olympic discipline. So for all of the athletes, they're heading out now onto a 40-kilometre bike, which includes 4 laps of the cycle course, each one mapping 10 kilometres in distance. And our current pace setters out in front is David Langston and Edward Castro. So we've seen some change there since the swim, which was led by Thomas Davies. Thomas Davies is still down in 3rd place and certainly still much to the fore in terms of that junior 19 category, but certainly the current overall race leaders and the 25 to 29 age group is David Langston and Edward Castro, and they seem to be working together to get that momentum going. Jamie Hinton, it is, who's the leading racer in the men's M30 to 34 age group of the Thames Triathlon Club. Also closely followed by Alex Foster and Paul Barnard. They're also fellow M30 to 34 categories. We've seen the younger juniors of Sean Wiley and Ryan Griffiths drop back ever so slightly, certainly into transition onto the bike, but still going awfully well. And currently 3rd in the 25 to 29 is Stuart Moore, and he's actually moved up into 4th place overall. For those of you who are looking to keep a blow-by-blow update, if you head to the British Triathlon website, which is www.britishtriathlon.org, you'll easily be able to see a few visuals in terms of live results dating, which will enable you to navigate. Certainly you can get updates on the swim, and now as we're progressing into the bike, you'll be able to get some of the key lap points in terms of where the movers and markers are. You can track your own individual athletes that you're looking for by using the search button to obviously to give you an indication. But as we talked about, there's still a huge number of waves to go. We've just had the standard male 40 category athletes. They set off on their swim at 7:30. The next wave is the standard male 45s, which are due to go at 7:40. So still many athletes, particularly if you're looking out for these male competitors who are in the standard/open events, are yet to get into the water. So still lots of time for them to be seen in action. But as we mentioned at the moment, certainly already out of the swim would be the vast majority of the standard male 17 and 20 age groups. The standard male 25 and the standard male 30, they're all now beginning to make the way into transition, which we talked about, heading out of the dock into the Liverpool Echo Arena, where they navigate themselves through the car park, down to collect their bikes, and then they exit to the opposite side of the stadium and out onto the course. And that's where I talked about they'll embark on the first of what will be 4 laps of 10 kilometres on the cycling track, which culminates in 40 kilometres of biking. Of course, these fantastic events can't happen without the support of our huge number of sponsors, and particularly we'd like to thank Garmin. Garmin, for those who aren't aware, of fitness products. They're an essential tool for all athletes and coaches, helping them to monitor their performance in order to reach their full potential in both running, swimming and cycling. Also, we're extremely grateful for that of Maxi Nutrition. They've sent some information through in terms of when there's certain moments, obviously, on the road when you're looking to dig deep. During that kind of exercise, you begin to break down inside those muscle fibers, and it's vital for your recovery that you need to replenish with proteins. And Promax from Maxi Nutrition provides a unique blend of protein that restores and rebuilds muscles, helping you stay to the fore of your pack. Also, we have Zero D here. Zero D is the proud official apparel to sponsor the British Triathlon Federation. They're a multi-award-winning O-Suite, as worn by the British Triathlon elite athletes, and a stand is available here inside the Liverpool Echo Arena if you want to head in and check out some of the fantastic array of products that the Zero D guys, do have on offer for us today. So as we talked about, each wave are slowly but surely but making their way through the swim. And the M35 to 39 category, we've got the first 4 athletes out of there, and leading the way was last year's M30 champion, which is Chris Standage of the Talk Club. He clocked a 19:10 for the swim, so very impressive swimming from him. He's got roughly around about 25 seconds over Dwight Senduck of the Clapham Chasers. In third place is Paul Savage of Manchester Triathlon Club. And in fourth at the moment, also a member of the Talk Club, and he was third last year in this. He was actually second. In this category last year was Ian Robertson. So all those athletes now, as we mentioned, making their way into transition underneath the Liverpool Echo Arena, and they'll be heading out onto the bike very shortly. Good morning and welcome. We're conscious that people will be joining this live stream sporadically in and out through the day. Just to update you, obviously, this is the 2014 Tri-Liverpool event, which incorporates the British Triathlon Championship. It's events that's organised in partnership with Lagardère Events Unlimited and British Triathlon and heavily supported by the Liverpool City Council. As we mentioned, it does include the British Triathlon Championships, and since 7 a.m. this morning, we have had the standard male athletes getting underway. We've currently had 5 waves of athletes all start, and they're currently dotted variously around the course. Certainly some of those who set off on the early doors, 7 o'clock, 7:05, 7:10 and 7:20 a.m. They'll all now be pretty much most will be through the swimming part of this race and going into transition and heading out onto their bikes. It is the Olympic distance for these standard participation athletes, so that involves a 1,500 metre swim, then moving on to a 40-kilometre bike, and then a 10k run. As we talked about, we will be looking to bring you some visual confirmation of various positions throughout the day, but at the moment, if you do head to the British Triathlon website, which is www.britishtriathlon.org, you'll be able to see the live results service function that is on offer, and you'll be able to sort through, certainly looking for key points in terms of the swim. But as we move into the bike race, you'll be able to check for key transition points in terms of who is towards the fore in the various disciplines. There is obviously a search function as well, which will enable you to search for your individual athlete. As we talked about, the conditions unfortunately are very wet here in Liverpool. The triathletes will be accustomed to that, obviously, and certainly starting off into the swim, they won't be too deterred by that. But just to make you aware, our next wave due to get underway in the swim will be the male 50 athletes. They're due to go at 7:50 a.m. and the final wave for the men will be the 55 plus. They're due to go at 8 o'clock. And then after that, for the next hour after that, it'll be the turn of the female participants in this standard open age group. They'll be starting with the female 17, 20, 25 and 30. They'll all be hitting the water at 8:10 p.m. So as we talked about, we will look to keep you posted in terms of, certainly especially when those leading females start to come through, heading through to the swim. But for the time being, if you are looking for a blow-by-blow clear update, if you head to the British Triathlon website, you'll be able to see live updates in terms of swim checkpoints and as athletes head into the cycle. So out of the water now, we've got a good picture of the M40 category, and it's currently being led by Simon Thibault of the Tri-Sports Epping Club. He's a fantastic swim and roughly has around about 75 seconds on his next compatriot in this age group. That's John Wickett of the Chirian Triathlon Club. Noel Sutton of Deal Triathlon Club, he's out in third. Then we have Graham Semple, Martin Jussup and Mark Whittaker, who was last year's M40 title winner. He's currently around about 1 minute 45 off the current event leader, but as we know, there's still an awful lot left in this race. As we mentioned, the athletes now heading into transition underneath the Liverpool Echo Arena, out for a 40-kilometre bike and finishing with a 10-kilometre run just to complete that M40 top 10. In 7th place we have Dominic Pratt, 8th is Stephen Gregory, 9th is Paul Hancock, and in 10th place is Andrew Wrigley. So as we mentioned, that's the top 10 there going through in the M40 category. And just a reminder, as we talked about, Mark Whittaker is the defending champion, and in each age category that we do discuss in these standard events, there are gold, silver and bronze medals at stake, because this event does incorporate the British Championships. So as we go through, like I say, we'll be looking to update you in the swimming as each of these waves come through, but particularly on the bike, sooner or later we'll look to get an update, certainly those leading junior 17 through to around 25 categories, because certainly they'll be well into their cycling, and we'll look to update you from the proceedings from there. So, as we mentioned, I'll look to give you an update in terms of the cycling positions now. And our current overall race leader and current leader in the M25, that's David Langston. He roughly has around about a 20-second gap back to fellow M25 category athlete Edward Castro. But Owen Mitchell, he's in the M20 category. He currently lies in third. But we've had a big move through from James Wilson and Jamie Hinton. They seem to roughly be working together on the cycle. They're two athletes in the 30 to 34 category. They're certainly making some very good running. Thomas Davies, who we mentioned earlier, was the first athlete out of the swim. He's down in sixth, but very big lead when it comes to the junior 19 category. And then leader in the junior 17 to 18 category is Sean Wiley of One Life Racing. So just to confirm, the final wave of male swimmers in the standard open age group are currently entering in the water. That's the M55 plus, so all those athletes 55 and above, they're the last male entrants to get into the water. They're due to go any second now, around about 8 a.m, and that's the last male wave of swimmers. And as then we talked about, attention will turn to the females in terms of swimming, as the first wave of female swimmers is due off at 8:10. So our next athlete getting out of the water and heading into transition is our male 45 to 49 category, and we've had two swimmers just inside 20 minutes, so really impressive swimming early on. And it's Colin Dixon currently leading the way. It's Johnny Rawlins of the Cheltenham Triathlon Club. He's just a few seconds back in second place. Sean Flynn, a great swim from him, just outside 20 minutes, 20:03. And then we've got Andy Bentley, Sharky Jaggergard, Angus Greenwood, Nicholas Ireland, Dean Ratcliffe, Steve McCowan. Steve McCowan, who was second in this age category last year, he's ninth out of the swim, certainly going well, just over 21 and a half minutes for him. So that's the current leading 9 swimmers. So as we mentioned, the male 55 plus category, they've just got underway. That's the final wave of male swimmers. And then we're now going to be turning our attention to the female swimmers, who will be starting at 8 minutes and 10. Those who are just joining us, as we talked about, we got the live stream here. It's largely audio commentary from myself at the moment, but we will look to provide you visuals later on and throughout the day as we work our way through these standard age groups into the sprint relay disciplines. Then we have the elite youths and we have the elite juniors, and we're closing today's proceedings. Also we have the para triathletes in action. Can't forget those. It's going to be fantastic to see the para triathletes out in force on the City of Liverpool docks here. And finally, it will be those elite senior and female and male competitors which will close today's proceedings. But all there's mentioned is the British Championships as well. So there's a lot at stake in terms of, for all the age groups, gold, silver and bronze medal championships at stake. Also personal bets, obviously. The conditions, if you don't know already, it's chucking it down here in Liverpool. So certainly in the swim, the athletes won't be too bothered about that. But as they head on into the bike and the run, obviously the conditions will start to tell. And in terms of your tactics and navigation, and certainly preparation will be key in dealing with each one of these conditions. We were forecast quite heavy wind, but at the time being, the wind has been relatively calm. It's certainly not cold out there, and it's good to see a huge number of spectators making their way down. So if you are still planning on heading down here to Liverpool to lend on your support, or indeed watch some of the action, please don't be deterred and head down, because it's been fantastic so far. As we said, currently our male 45 category swimmers, they're heading out of swim into transition. We've got 2 more waves of the male swimmers to exit and head into that first transition, and then as we pick out, we'll be moving our way through the bike stages, looking to identify some of those leading protagonists, and then our attention slowly but surely will focus onto the female athletes, who are currently, most of them, heading down to that dock now, and the first wave is due to start at 8:10 a.m. So as we mentioned previously, our next wave of swimmers are currently exiting the water, and that's the M50 to 54 category, and they're currently being led by Andy Bourne, who's had a fantastic swim, another swim inside 20 minutes, 19:53 to be exact. So he roughly has around about 1 minute 45 seconds over his nearest fellow competitor, which is Tim Aishelford of the Leeds Bradford Triathlon Club. Then after that, it's very close in terms of the next athletes heading into transition, as we talked about, underneath the Liverpool Echo Arena to collect their bikes. We have Chris Crellin, Gavin Price, Dave Bethel, John Leavick, Malcolm Hughes, Roger Sheridan, Tim Rogers and Jim Kersey. That certainly completes our top 10 in terms of the male 50 to 54 category. And as we mentioned already, we have our first female competitors of the day in action. The ladies categories for all the swims in terms of 17, 20, 25 and 30 category. They're now in the water. They went at 8:10, so we'll certainly look to update those as we head through. And when we come back shortly, I'll be joined by someone who's unfortunately disappointed not to be competing today, but will be shedding a bit of insight in terms of what a huge number of athletes currently out on course will be going through, and that's Greg Jones. So if you just bear with us, just in a couple of minutes, we'll be back talking to Greg to get his insight on this fantastic event being hosted here in Liverpool. So we are going to be joined by a number of experienced people throughout the day, as we talked about, looking to shed some of their own personal insight into obviously this Liverpool event that we have being hosted here, but triathlon as a whole, because we're conscious that some people may be tuning in and they don't know very much about triathlon. They're just looking to find out how their friend, partner, etc. is getting on in today's event. And as we talked about, unfortunately, it was a man due to be towing the start line, which is Greg Jones, but unfortunately a freak injury has meant that he's currently sat beside me. So obviously the event's loss is our gain in terms of a bit of punditry here, Greg. So just to give a bit of an insight, Greg, what's your triathlon background? How long have you been doing this sport?
I've been doing this sport for 5 years. I actually started in the Liverpool Triathlon in 2010. I was doing it for charity, and I loved basically getting back into competitive sport. I've always come from a swimming background, so it was great to get back in the pool with a bit of focus. And from there, just stem from there, entered a couple more races after it. Raised about £1,500 for a local cancer charity. And since then I've gone on to compete for Great Britain age group team at European Championships 2 years in 2012, 2013. I'm going to be doing my 6th Ironman in Barcelona in October. So yeah, it's been a busy 5 years.
I bet so. So there, if we needed any further, that sort of adds quite a bit of substance in terms of what Greg quality insight he can give to us. But why are you not out there today then, Greg? What's been unfortunate for you this week?
Well, I was actually with Merseytry, the local triathlon club, at their open water swimming session on Wednesday evening. And where we swim, we actually share it with, there's wakeboarding and a few other water sports going on. And I accidentally caught myself swimming on a ramp that they load boats in and out of the dock. So I've got 3 staples in the top of my head and 8 stitches in my cheek. And the right side of my face is still slightly swollen. So I've actually registered. I'm in my race kit. I've actually got my timing chip on, and I was hoping to race, and I got up this morning and it's just not right. If I took a kick in the swim and it opened up the cut again, I don't want to miss any more training, because my big A race is Ironman Barcelona in October. So I thought, right, I'm just going to have to take one on the chin again.
Grin and bear it. Are you a good spectator, Greg, when it comes to it? I knew you'd love nothing more to be out there at the moment, but
I don't mind spectating, actually. I actually went all the way to Germany the other week just to spectate, to watch friends do Challenger Roth. So made the drive actually over to Roth in Germany. So I'm not a bad spectator, because I do enjoy the sport. I do love watching people compete. So it's I won't be too bad today, but once people start crossing the finish line, I'm going to see them collecting the medals. That's when I most will be very envious.
That's when
them.
it starts to kick in. So, in terms, we've not established the conditions. It's certainly very warm, still good sort of temperature, but as we've talked about, not certainly so at the moment, but quite a substantial amount of rain. So, you've probably competed in conditions similar. What are the main things perhaps competitors have to be aware of, certainly out on the swim, in terms of when we have sort of rain like this?
With the swim shouldn't be too bad, because it's in an enclosed dock. You don't really get any, like, if the wind picks up, it might get a little bit choppy, but it'll still be quite smooth. So the swim, you'll still get fast swim times at Liverpool. It's when you get out onto the cycle course, it's quite a good road surface, but that means that when it's raining, it becomes quite slippy as well.
Of course.
And once a lot of people start coming out of the swim and it starts getting busy, the faster bikers are going to have to be a little bit more aware of what's around them.
Certainly.
And hopefully there won't be any accidents, but it can be quite a slippy course.
So potentially it could be a bit of a leveler in terms of, depending on what your various strengths are.
Yeah.
Like, say, if the bike is a big asset for you, we could see that minimised due to sort of the conditions.
Because you might not be able to put your foot down. I know there was talk yesterday of them banning disc wheels, because there was the worry of the wind getting up this morning. That doesn't seem to have happened. So people might have thought, well, right, yeah, I can actually get out there, put a bit of power on the bike. But now, with the conditions and it being really slippy, you might not get that. So it might bunch quite a few people up a bit more.
In terms of the standard of competition out there, Greg, obviously we've mentioned throughout the commentary, it's the British Championship. So for the various age groups, and you've talked about obviously the joy and experience representing Great Britain. So there's a lot at stake out here for a lot of athletes. You know, a lot of hard work goes into this, and you know, they've woken up potentially, seen a bit of the conditions, race tactics have all changed maybe slightly.
Yeah, because I recognise quite a few names on there that I've raced with before, and this will be their A race of the year. Obviously, it's a qualifying event for Great Britain age group team as well. So you'll get a lot of people who really this is their race of the season. Especially, you don't get many inner city races as well, which is quite iconic with the cycle and the run being on the Liverpool waterfront. So you will get people who the mindset is to go hard, but it's whether they can actually do that in the current conditions. So it might make it a lot more interesting racing for when it gets onto the race.
Definitely.
I mean, when it gets onto the run course. So.
And let's talk about, obviously, many people detect from the accents, obviously a local athlete. What's Liverpool's response to this event and how it's been put on? They seem to, certainly from the council as well, they fully embrace it, and it's a fantastic course. And you talked about it's a very fast course at times as well.
Yeah, well, I think the city actually want to make this a regular event and to make it a lot more established, even from a professional level, and get we've got Gwen Jorgensen racing later on, but to get a lot more high-profile names to make to get the spectators out. I know this morning it's not really leading to spectators on the course with the driving rain that we've got, but last year it was 30 odd degrees. It's, as I say, it's a perfect place for a race. You've got the docks there, which the swim conditions are usually perfect. It's right in the city centre, so it's in the heart of everything. It's a great tourist city, so for spectators usually it will be an absolute fantastic event, and for people to race as well. It's a quick course, but it's slightly challenging. A couple of the turns on the bike are really tight, so you've got to really look out and make sure that you're not making any stupid mistakes. Onto the run course, you don't get many run courses that you can have the views that you get here.
Sure.
Running past the Liver buildings, one of the most iconic buildings in Britain. So it should be a really good competitive race once they get out onto the run.
And I'm sure that sort of helps, because you'll know fully well when you get to that run stage and it's really hurting, like say, if you can have a bit of an aesthetic scenery in and around just to take your mind off something or keep working to that next group, it helps.
You can focus. Like I've raced all over the place, and sometimes when you get onto run courses, which you might be, I don't know, it's an out and back course and you're running down a canal, or you're running somewhere in the countryside, you haven't really got much to focus on. Here there is always something to focus on, which, as you say, it does take your mind off, and delaying that onset of when the pain comes, it can really help. But I think the conditions are set up for maybe a good quick run today, because the wind seems quite low, the temperature's not too bad, and the rain should cool people down slightly, so you might get some really quick run times actually.
We tried to talk a little bit, obviously, about the transitions as well, Greg, because we tried to explain that you come out of the water and then you actually come inside, underneath the Liverpool Echo Arena, into the car park down there. So how key are, particularly swim to bike and bike to run in terms of preparation? And obviously, I know all athletes have been open to familiarisation, so they would have had the opportunity to come through. For those who are perhaps not aware how important it is, you do take the time to go and familiarise yourself.
Well, this is a completely new setup for this year, actually. When you get out of the swim, you are handed a bag, and you've got to have your wetsuit, cap, goggles into the bag before you actually enter the arena. So it just depends how quickly people are used to that, because you're used to running up to where your bike is, taking your wetsuit off there, putting your wetsuit in your box or hanging it up there, and then taking your bike away. So this, you might get a few more people who they might not get the wetsuit off quite as quick, and that's where transition can become even more key, and there might be a few changes in the positions actually in the transition. The layout looks quite good, and it looks for once you're into transition pretty quick, because they're trying to limit the amount of equipment people have in there. So it looks like there's just bikes and the running shoes and the running equipment, so there doesn't seem to be too much other equipment like people's personal belongings in there. But there is a long run out from transition. I think it's about maybe 200 metres before you're allowed to mount the bike. So that's going to be interesting as to whether people still wear the bike shoes, whether people have got bike shoes on the bike. So you might see quite a few changing places in the transition.
Because I was going to say, it's not necessarily like it's not what you do in the swim, not necessarily do on a bike. It's all these key parts that all add up to the whole package in terms of triathlon.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they say sometimes transition is your fourth discipline. So, and when you've got something like a setup today, that I think they do it in the London Triathlon as well, because the transition there is indoors, and they've done it here today. A lot of people might not have experienced that before. So you never know, if there's people going for top 4, top 5 places to qualify for GB, that's where you might, if you lose 30 seconds or a minute, that could be key in the terms of the race.
And last one then, Greg, in terms of potentially if there are people out there listening, so obviously I'd better say you're probably relatively new to the sport. You've mentioned a swimming background, but certainly 5 years in, we've got the youths here who've been competing since the age of 14. Yeah. What would you, as a selling tool, in terms of anyone thinking of something to get active? We all know how important the activity is, and the country's fully embracing that, certainly off the back of London 2012. Why triathlon?
Well, I think one thing that attracts me to triathlon is it is 3 disciplines. So even though your training plan is very hectic, you don't really get bored. If you're training for a marathon, you're just running all the time. There might be a little bit of gym work for strength and conditioning, but with triathlon, it's quite a social sport, because when you're going on your bike rides, you'll meet up with other people from the tri club, go out. There's always I know with Mersey Tri we run swim sessions, run sessions, and then we have the bike sessions on a Sunday. So it's not just the one discipline. You don't just get bored, if you know what I mean. It's not like, oh, I've got to go and swim again, because it might be a run session today, and you will get it does even itself out, because you might get some people who might be slightly better at running, but you're better than them at biking. So it is a real good leveler across the whole three disciplines as well. We've got 450 active members at Mersey Tri, and we've got people who race Kona for Ironman, and then we've got people who just do it for the fun of the sport, and they just like doing it at their own level. There's no pressure on them to get any times, but they just like feeling involved, and I think that's the glory of triathlon. You can pick what level you want to go to, and if you get in touch with your local club and the British Triathlon Federation, you'll be able to take part, join your club, take part of the sessions, meet new people, and then engage in racing. It's great.
Definitely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you are intrigued, as Greg's pointed out, it's a fantastic sport to get involved. If you head to the British Triathlon website, www.britishtriathlon.org, you'll be able to send off a quick email in terms of finding local contacts for wherever it is you're based throughout the UK, in terms of if you're looking to get involved. But we're really grateful for Greg's time. I know he is going to be hanging around for the rest of the day, so potentially we'll look to get him back, particularly when we're coming into these closing stages, as it starts to hot up and we'll start to see some action right in front of our very eyes in terms of those to run. So for the time being, thank you very much, Greg. And what's your plans now? Are you going to head out onto the course to sort of try and check out a bit?
Yeah, I'm just going to go and catch up on a few friends who went off earlier this morning, try and see them on the run course, and then most we head back here to the finish for when they're finishing, just to so I know a few people from not just Mersey Tri who are racing from all over the country who I've raced with for Great Britain, so it'll be nice to see them come over the finish line.
Brilliant. Well, thanks again for your time, Greg, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Okay, cheers.
Thanks. So as we mentioned, it was the male competitors who got away in the standard age groups. They started at 7 a.m. and our first female competitors to enter the water took place at 8:10, and that was a standard female 17, 20, 25 and 30 age groups. And we've had a good number of those already come through now in terms of completing the swim. They were certainly led the way was Vicky Thrift of the Thames Valley Triathletes Club. She's part of the F25 category. She was first out of the water, then followed by Hannah Howitt. It was roughly around about 27 seconds back to Hannah. Then it was Catherine Derome. Then it was Sarah Lewis. Sarah Lewis is also a notable interesting entry. She was bronze medalist last year at the British Championships in the women's 30 category. She's out in fourth. She was closely followed by Rachel Hallam, who was the last year's F25 winner. She's now moved up an age group into that 30 to 34 category. She's closely followed by Sarah, just 3 seconds separating those two on the swim. So that's looking set for a ding-dong battle between those two for that British title. Then we have Hazel Smith, Alice Jenkins, Lauren Monroe-Bennett and Jessica Earp. That completes the top 10 in terms of the first female athletes out of the water. So we'll look to update you as we slowly head through all those waves. As we talked about, the wave 35 and 40 and 45 categories, they went at 8:20, and then the last round of female swimmers have just got underway. That was 8:30 a.m. That was the 50-plus category. So all of our female athletes are all our male and female athletes in the standard events are into the water. The vast majority of the males are exited and into the bike, and certainly as we'll look to keep you updated. And in terms of our next interview, I'm going to be delighted to be joined very shortly by Ian Kitchen. Ian is one of the British Triathlon age group team managers. So as we talked about earlier with Greg mentioned his previous experience of competing at age group championships for Great Britain. So Ian is one of the team managers who goes to regards to picking teams. So again, someone who's very knowledgeable about triathlon. He'll be able to give his insight in terms of this Liverpool event and the bigger picture of British triathlon as a whole. So if you just stay tuned, in a couple of minutes we'll welcome Ian along and look to share some of his thoughts here at the 2014 Tri Liverpool event. Welcome back, or welcome if you are joining us here for the 2014 Try Liverpool event here in Liverpool, incorporating the British Championship. Just for your understanding, if you are joining us, since 7 a.m. we've had wave upon wave of what is the standard category swimmers. So in the various age groups, we started off with the men. They started and ran through from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. in terms of their various age categories having respective start times. And we're now fully underway. All of the female athletes who are entered for this year's event are in the water and may have exited already. So as we mentioned, male and female athletes in the standard open age groups are all in the water for those who are participating in the Olympic distance. Just to give you an understanding, after the last update we initially gave you those leading female protagonists, we now have Larissa Davies, Alison Levens and Shona Girdwood. They're all out of the water in the F40 to 44 categories. And last on that category point, we've mentioned throughout the day, people maybe who are not too accustomed to triathlon, they'll be thinking, what's all these age groups he's talking about? Well, we're delighted to be talking about Ian Kitchen, who is one of British Triathlon's age group managers, which is the perfect man for the job to come in and help us explain. So good morning to Ian. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Yes, doing very, very well. It's a shame it's a bit wet out there for all the competitors, but I'm sure it won't dampen their spirits too much with this being a British Championship and an age group qualifier.
Certainly, that's never the case, I think, Ian. We're already around a huge number of athletes, very serious, undeterred by the conditions. They're just getting out there and getting on with it. And as you've just touched upon there, obviously, it's a very serious event. Obviously, triathlon, fantastic growth sport throughout the country, and particularly what's been very successful is this age group approach that British Triathlon take to in terms of motivation and targets for each one. So as we talked about, we had the males start off first and the females, but they're all set off in respective age categories. So can you just talk us through the overall approach to how you classify athletes in terms of their age groups?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's one of the few sports in the country where you can represent your age group from as young as 17 all the way through up until your 80s. And the age groups are categorised in 5-year spans. So it can be 24 to 29, 45 to 49. So everybody competes in that age group, and it's split obviously into males and females as well. So what you have here is people trying to qualify for next year's European Championships, which are being held in Geneva. And this is the second of 3 races that they have a chance to qualify at. The first one was at Dambuster in June. There's Liverpool here today, and then the third one will be at Barla in North Wales in September time. Now, for each age group, and this is where it gets very competitive, it's the top 4 people in each age group that get an automatic qualification place today to compete in Geneva. And that's the same from the other 3 as well. Mm-hmm. So effectively you're getting 12 qualifiers from the 3 races, and that's 12 spots that are obviously taken up. Now, in each age group, there are 20 slots available.
Wow. Now,
people who have competed in this year's European Championships, if they were one of the top 3, this year's Europeans, where I was the team manager for the standard distance team, that was in Kitzbühel. That was in June. So anybody who would have been one of the top 3 GB athletes in their age group in Kitzbühel will get a pre-qualification place for Geneva for next year. So that's why out of 20 slots you've got 12 coming from the qualifiers. The rest of the slots are then made up of people who have pre-qualification places, and then in certain circumstances there may be the odd discretionary place too as well. So there's 20 spots available, and I have to say the demand for places has really increased in the last couple of years. No doubt about it that the Olympics had a dramatic impact on just increasing the exposure of the sport, bringing more age groupers into it, wanting to represent Great Britain. And we had, at standard distance in Kitzbühel this year, we had 300 athletes competing
Wow.
in the standard distance and the same number in the sprint. So there were 600 GB athletes over in Kitzbühel this year for the Europeans.
I suppose it certainly helps with motivation, because I think neutral fans out there who, you know, maybe don't know too much about triathlon junior, and they're probably where in most sports, you know, you have your juniors and then you have your senior age groups, and for many they sort of think, well, or potentially you've gone through the juniors and think, oh, you know, I'm feeling well down in the seniors, and this sort of approach from British Triathlon really helps potentially with motivation and goals by, like I say, each potential 4 to 5 years you then got a new category where you can work your way through and gain the experience, but then the next year you could be top dog because you're into a new category. And
that's absolutely right. I mean, and there's no end to it. As I say, you can go on as long as your body will let you go on. And as you move up an age group, yes, it means you're always competing with people of the same age as you. And I don't think there's many other sports around the world that you can do that. That having been said, I can tell you now, it doesn't necessarily get any easier in terms of getting qualifying as you get older. In fact, certainly at the moment, we seem to be seeing that those age groups that are in the 50s, there's probably as greater competition in those age groups for places than perhaps any other age group along.
Wow.
And I don't know whether that's because as people perhaps get a little bit older, maybe they have a little bit more time on their hands, maybe they've also got a little bit more money to spend on the nice bike and the nice kit. But yes, it's the times are coming. What I'm noticing is the qualifying times are coming down all the time, which is great for the sport, and it's great for them when GB goes abroad for a European Championship or a World Championship, if our standard is improving as well.
Definitely, and I suppose it's true testament to the words of legacy. I think everyone, when we say London 2012 legacy, we're thinking of primary school kids looking at Alistair Brownlee, Jonathan Brownlee, non-Stanford, and thinking, I want to do triathlon. But it happens for it's age irrelevant, isn't it? You can be a 55-year-old sat at home watching a bit of triathlon thinking, I want to give it a go. And when you get in, you've got that competitive nature and you think, well, I've got my own age group, and it just really helps participation.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we are seeing, we've seen over the last few years, a lot of new people come into the sport. And that isn't just people coming in at the age of 17, 18, 19. That is people coming into the sport at 40 or 50 or even 60. You know, we've had guys over the last couple of years, and ladies as well, who have had a go at qualifying events with no great expectation. They've been able to get into the GB team, and they've then actually found they're quite good in their age group at that sport. And then they've qualified for GB. And the whole atmosphere surrounding that is absolutely fantastic, because there is nothing better than people like to be able to pull on a GB tri-suit and go abroad, representing your country. It's one big team, the atmosphere is fantastic. And I think having that blend of age groups, from certainly at sprint level, some of the sprint athletes could be 15 when they're competing in a championship, all the way through to some of the older guys in their 70s and 80s. It's just a great mix and a great combination, and it really does help that sort of team spirit too.
Definitely. And it's certainly a very successful brand, British Triathlon, as we talked about. Like, you know, you're within your own age group, but you are a reflection of the standard as a whole. So how do we know certainly from the Olympics, we've seen how well we do on the world stage. How do we do on the age groups in the Europeans and world stage? Is that success comparable in terms of what we're seeing?
Yes, I think what we've seen over the last few years is certainly the Europeans, the GB team has probably been the biggest team out of any other country that is there. That's been in part a little bit disappointing at some previous European Championships, because you have often found that GB people have been going abroad just to compete with GB people. This year, though, I have to say, with it being in Kitzbühel in Austria, there was a massive home contingent from the Austrians, big contingents from Germany, Switzerland as well, and it was definitely a much more competitive European Championship. Different in the Worlds. London last year, great representation obviously from a GB team, probably the biggest GB team there'd ever been, which you'd expect that with it being on home territory. But I was in Auckland before that, and again, very strong, obviously, teams from New Zealand, Australia, America, Canada's very strong, Mexico's very strong as well. So certainly when I go to Edmonton in a couple of weeks' time, we know that GB is going to be up against some very strong competition from all those countries. I think, though, what is happening in Europe is that the GB model, and I know that a lot of the British triathlon people are trying to encourage other European countries to bring in these qualification races to improve the standard, because there's still a lot of countries in Europe where you don't actually have to do a qualification race to represent your country. You can apply and you can get in. And I know that GB is trying to get a lot of the European countries to bring in these qualification races to improve the level and to encourage more people to take part. And I think it is getting there. I think the GB model of having these qualification races is admired all over the world.
Definitely.
And it is a very, very good formula.
And I suppose from the outside looking in, it sort of rules out the subjective nature and it's completely objective, i.e. even if I'm totally new to the sport, I know if I go to said event and I place in the top 4, and I understand there's various criteria in terms of being members of a club and so forth that you had to apply for, but pretty much if you're fit, you're ready, you turn up to the start line, there's going to be a lot of athletes today, can't wait for it, crossing that finishing line and realising a dream that they're one step closer to pulling on national colours, which we all dream and aspire to.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a very strict process. I mean, those that are competing here today, looking to qualify from this race, they will have had to have registered their intent to do so on the British Triathlon website. It costs £10 to register, and you have to do that by 5 p.m. on the Friday before the race you're looking to qualify at. A lot of people forget that, and I've seen emails even this weekend. I forgot to register. Is it okay? No, it's not okay. We do enforce the rules very strictly, and I think it's right and proper to do that, because if somebody forgets to register, that means they're racing here today, they won't be taken into account the qualification places. What we say to people is, you're going to have to go to Bala for the last one and try and qualify from there. And it is because we think it is quite a clear-cut structure. It's not always the easiest of structures to understand, because not only do you have to be in the top 4, but for the Europeans, your time has to be within 120% of the winner's time.
Right, okay.
For the World Championships, it's sorry, I've got that wrong way around. It's 120% for the Europeans and 115% for the world. So your time needs to relate to the winner of your age group. Okay, in exceptional circumstances, if the winner of the age group was bordering on being an elite athlete, that may sort of skew the times a little bit. So it's finishing in the top 4 and then being within 120% of the winner's time as well. So it is quite a complicated process sometimes for people to understand, particularly if they're new coming into the sport. But again, I think if you've got good, clear-cut rules, people have to register, and they're all on the website, and people know about them, I think it works well.
Of course, and when you come to these major championships and there's even more stringent rule lines and guidelines, I suppose it's just that mentality of, if you are an elite athlete, you have to be aware of all the scenarios, and if you can't get it right at the grassroots level, you're going to come a cropper at the international level. So it's really important that, like I say, there's lots of information on the British Triathlon website, and we encourage anyone who's any keen in terms of any age group discipline, some really important to make sure you read that to give yourself the best opportunity, because there's nothing worse than being totally fit and turning up on the day, but due to an admin error, your dream's been taken away from you.
Absolutely, and as you just touched on, it does stand you in good stead then when you go to a European or a World Championship, because it's very different competing in an international championship, particularly abroad, than it is just turning up to a local race. You need to get there several days before. The registration process can be a little bit more complicated. There's briefings that you've got to go to. There's swim familiarisations. It does stand people in good stead when they go abroad, because it is a step up. It's definitely a step up for any age group athlete competing in an international championship.
I know you'd mentioned previously, in terms of obviously the success, but what are our oldest representatives in terms of what age groups are we getting up to in terms of for British representation?
Well, I was only looking the other day because, as I say, I'm going to Edmonton in a couple of weeks' time. The oldest male competitor, I think, is a guy who's in the 80 to 84 age group.
Just to cut in there, sorry, we just have our first athlete to cross over the line. It's Michael Birchmore. He's the first athlete to go overall and successfully defend his age group category title, which is the M20 to 24. And we're just looking to identify the next athlete.
That's a silver medal going to Ross Landon.
And Ross Landon it is, and the silver medalist coming through. Looks as though we'll potentially have a slight gap, so we will just look to tidy up here with Ian. So it's been fantastic. So for any athlete who's maybe competing domestically, or what's your key recommendations if they want to know anything further about how they can qualify for age groups? What advice would you pass on to them?
It's very simple. Just go onto the BTF website, click on the home page, you'll see at the bottom there's a link to the age group section, and there's loads and loads of information in there. And there's links to myself and other team managers as well. And it's not just about sprint and Olympic distance as well. It can be duathlon, it can be long course, medium course. You know, there is age group racing across all the different categories as well. So, yeah, I'd really encourage anybody who's listening today who's not given it a crack yet, don't think that you're not good enough. This is the whole point of the age group thing. Give it a crack. If you're good enough, you'll get there and you'll have fun.
Brilliant. And you get great support from British Triathlon. So thank you very much for your time, Ian. It's been fascinating. Plans for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm going to be watching my daughter in the elite race later on. I hope the weather might have improved by then, but I shall be going out there now to watch some of the age groupers as they obviously starting to come through to the finish line now.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your time, Ian.
Thanks
and
a lot.
enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, cheers now.
Thank you. Perfect. Good. Yeah, brilliant. Sorry to cut it, but we'll just look to go. As we touched upon, we were enjoying that interview with Ian. We did notice some of our first athletes to cross the finish line today at the 2014 Liverpool Triathlon was Michael Birchmore, as we mentioned previously, successfully defending his 20 to 24 category. His winning time 1 hour 56 and 13. In second place was Ross Landon of the Tri4U Coaching Club. He clocked 156.38, and the third athlete across the line was Daniel Bingham, another athlete, 20 to 24. Those automatic qualifiers crossed the finish line already, so certainly hats off to Michael Birchmore. So if you stay tuned on the live screen picture, you can see there we are currently shooting the finish line, and we'll look to update you as more athletes. And just as I say that, we are having another athlete coming into shot now. It is slightly a little bit more difficult to identify the standard athletes because obviously they don't have a name embezzled across the chest. But we understand, just picking up from the commentators there, and that's Ewan Brown. He's fist pumps in the air, the 25 to 29 age group. He's the next athlete across the line, but is our first British champion for the 25 to 29 year age group.
And the Sandman, so if you watch those on the
So just to update you, overall confirmation there for Ewan Brown. As we mentioned, he was the first athlete in the M25 category, and his time of 1 minute 54.44 is the fastest time overall. So as we talked about, athletes have set off in various waves depending on their age category, starting with the youngest and working their way through the males and then the females. And this is the first example of Ewan Brown. He was the fourth athlete across the finishing line, but so far he's the fastest overall with a finishing time of 1 hour 54.44, which is mightily impressive for the Edinburgh-based athlete. It secures him the M25 category title, and we're looking forward to seeing if anyone can beat that time in the next few minutes.
Daniel Jenkins.
All these athletes from respective age categories. It is rather difficult to pick out exact names, so what I would recommend is if you head to the British Triathlon website, www.britishtriathlon.org, click on the homepage there, you'll see live updates in terms of live timing, and as all the athletes are coming through, it will be updated automatically. We have had our first of the M19, Junior 19 categories. Angus Smith, he takes the British title there with a winning time of 2 hours, 1 minute and 40. Obviously, he was one of the first initial athletes to get underway, so as you'll begin to see, it's a whole host of where you're finishing overall, but more importantly for a lot of these athletes is where do they finish in their respective age category. We've had a lot of the 20 to 24. We've now had we've now had Daniel Jenkins and James Travers. They've come through in the men's 25 to 29 age group. The Durham and Jersey athletes there both had a mighty ding-dong battle, just 12 seconds separating their finishing winning times. Again, now we've had Sean Wiley. He's just come through in the top 10 overall, and he's the first athlete in the 17 to 18 category. So as we talked about, if you keep an eye on the visuals, you'll see the athletes crossing the finish line. If you want to double check if that is the person you're looking for, you hopefully recognize them from the visuals, but just to double check, you'll be able to see them from the live updates results service, which is being offered by British Triathlon live on their website.
25 to 29. Next across the
Welcome if you are joining us. This is the closing stages of the men's standard competition. They've been contesting the Olympic distance. So the athletes who you are seeing on your screen crossing the line, they've undertaken a 1,500 metre swim, a 40-kilometre bike, and they are now completing their 10-kilometre run. As we've mentioned throughout the stream, various waves started at that. We started the earliest wave, went out for their swim at 7 o'clock, and then we worked our way through all of the age categories for the men. And the female swimmers, they first entered the water at 8:10 a.m. So what you're seeing at the moment is a combination of athletes coming through and obviously in their respective age category, but also their respective time as well, because we've had Ewan Brown, who was the 4th athlete to cross the finish line, but he's the fastest overall with his winning time of 1 hour 54 and 44. We've had Ross Landon, who secured the 20 to 24 age group category. He won in a time of 1:56.38. The first athlete in the men's 30 to 34 category was Jamie Hinton, and those athletes currently occupy the top 3 fastest times overall, but each has a respective British champion in their own right for their respective age group. As I'm working my way down from the results now, I can also see we had Angus Smith so far as the fastest junior. He's currently fastest, but in terms of what I'd say is, because they were the first athletes to enter into the water, I can't potentially see any athletes going faster, so that's probably confirmed. The junior British champion there is Angus Smith. So as we've mentioned, live updates of terms of results are being provided on the British Triathlon website. You can see the visuals on your pictures in front of you with the athletes streaming through. And if you do open up the live results tab on the www.britishtriathlon.org website, you'll be able to filter through and categorise to see where the athlete you're supporting has actually finished. It gives you key indication of what age group they're participating in and what is their overall time. Welcome if you are joining us here for the 2014 Try Liverpool. We've had a number of the standard age group athletes all making their way through now. Certainly the males now are towards the end of their race. They've all undertaken a 1,500 metre swim, a 40-kilometre bike, and they are now finishing off their 10-kilometre run. So what you're seeing on your screens now is all the athletes crossing the finishing line. As we mentioned previously before, each athlete set off in their respective wave depending on what their age category is. So not everyone started at the same time. We started with the very youngest, which was the male 17 to 20, and then every 5 and also at times 10 minutes we had the next wave of age group categories. Currently leading the way in terms of fastest times, because as we talked about, all the athletes are coming through for an overall position, but they may actually be moved up in the overall results depending on their time, and that was more than evident with Ewan Brown, who's the current fastest athlete so far. He was set off at 7:05, so went 5 minutes back further than a lot of those initial athletes, and he's currently clocked the quickest time with 1 hour 54.44. The second fastest time overall goes to Ian Robertson, who was second last year in the M35 category. He's came back in 2014 and he's delivered a fantastic performance to take that overall British Championship, and currently is the second fastest time overall with 1 hour 55.37. And the third fastest time goes to the overall M20 winner at the moment, and that's Ross Landon, the Tri4U Coaching Club. He clocked 1 hour 56.38 to take the title, and Ross was the first athlete to cross the line here at the docks in Liverpool, just outside the Echo Arena. It's fantastic to see a great amount of spectators out there. As you probably can see from the cameras, it's not stopped raining since the very early hours this morning, but many athletes braving and embracing these conditions, getting out in that ultra cold water, navigating no doubt tricky bike in terms of the conditions, as we talked about earlier when we met with Greg, who unfortunately wasn't able to toe the start line today. He talked about how maybe some of the bikes might actually be handicapped due to the conditions if the biking was one of your strong points, due to the tight turns, not able to get as much speed in the treacherous conditions. But as things have panned out over the run, we've seen a big change in positions. We've seen the likes of Jamie Hinton come through to take the M30 category title, and also looking down further down there, we saw Michael Birchmore. He was second in the M20 category, so he was actually the winner last year, and it's a silver medal in 2014. But all the athletes are all coming through now. We've had close to around about 30 athletes cross the finishing line. So stay tuned if you are aware, looking for your athletes, certainly at the male contingency. They're streaking through now. If you head to the British Triathlon website, www.britishtriathlon.org, you'll be able to look into live updates in terms of splits for the swim and the cycling and the run, because for the run in particular, athletes do one whole lap, so there's no actual split times for the run, but you'll be able to see bike split times, so you'll be able to get an indication of where your athlete may be and how far they off in terms of finishing. And we're here providing this live stream for you, so you'll hopefully to get to see them cross the finish line and all the emotion flood through, because lots of training's gone into this event. No one completes a triathlon half-heartedly. To complete the Olympic distance of 1,500 metres swim, a 40-kilometre bike and a 10k run, you have to be an extremely fit athlete, and it's great to see a huge number of spectators out here on course lending their support, encouraging these athletes all the way home. These last running stages in particular is where their energy has been at the lowest, but they've all trained for this moment, and hopefully they're coming away from 2014 Try Liverpool with a successful performance. So welcome if you are joining us here for the 2014 Try Liverpool event. Those of you who are watching the live stream, as we mentioned previously, we started at 7 a.m. this morning in a series of waves, depending on your age group, of all athletes starting their various start times. They've now successfully navigated a 1,500-metre swim, a 40-kilometre bike and a 10k run. We'll look to identify some of the athletes pick up to give you a few names, but if you are looking for the exact finishing time for your respective athlete, please head to the website www.britishtriathlon.org, where we've got live results service on there, which will give you an accurate breakdown of their swim, their bike and their run. But certainly hats off to athletes and spectators here today. You can see from the streaming conditions, it's far from glorious here in Liverpool. It's a fantastic event, but unfortunately we haven't quite been matched by the weather. The wind is picking up ever so slightly, which itself will add its complications. But as you've seen, all of the athletes now appearing across your screen have successfully tackled this Olympic distance triathlon. They've been at it since the early hours, many out there competing for over 2 hours, all fighting their way for British titles. We mentioned when we spoke to Ian Kitchener earlier about age group representative honours are at stake for next year's European Championships. And the female athletes, the leading females, are currently out on the bike, so as they look to enter into the run, we'll be able to give you a bit more of an update in terms of their results. But obviously these standard open age groups are just setting the scene for an action-packed day here at Try Liverpool. Next up will be the open sprint events, where you can either compete as an individual or in a relay team, and we've got a number of those athletes, including notable celebrities from the local area, who'll be participating in the relay events. We've also got our para triathletes in action, and today's proceedings will be closing with the elite female and male representative honours, and we'll be looking to get our cameras, which are dotted in and around the course, to give you accurate updates as we go through. So just crossing the line there, we have Simon Theobald, Neil Green there coming through the Serpentine Running Club, Noel Sutton, Deal Triathlon Club.
Again, reiterate, provisionally, that could be the silver and bronze medalists in the 40 to 44 age group behind defending champion.
And we do think that Green and Sutton there potentially are medalists in the M40 to 40. Sorry, Theobald and Sutton are medalists in the M40 to 44 age group category.
She doesn't have 2 lattes in her hand, which is very disappointing.
Mike Gall it is of Knowsley Harriers. Great representation for the Knowsley Club here. Michael Gall crossing the line. Anthony Ogden coming through.
Anthony Ogden.
Anthony Carbut.
Next year, it's another Anthony, this time Anthony Carbut. It's amazing how all these names.
So we just had Paul Gibson there crossing the Rhine in the M25 category. David Swanwick, Mersey Triathlon Club. A number of great locally representatives, lots of Liverpudlians out in force here today. Swanwick is another one of the local finishers there. Michael Skinner, a fellow athlete from Mersey Tri Club. He's in the M30 to 34 category. We will be getting through next wave of the 45 to 49. Hopefully we'll be looking to see some of those guys coming through. We've got Chris Emerson, Cameron Morgan there coming through. Emerson all the way from Dumfries and Galloway Triathlon Club, so a big journey. Hopefully it's been just reward there for you, Chris. Ben Jenkins, Matthew Corbury, Cameron Morgan, Paul Smith. Athletes coming through thick and fast, all few sprint finishes to end up as well, so we're currently striding across there. That's from Richard Smith this time. He's in the 20 to 24 age category.
Turns his number to the front.
Dominic Masters it is from Full On Tri, another athlete from the Full On Tri Club coming through. It's closely followed by Alan Jones and Stephen Brazil. They crossing the finishing line. And a whole slew of athletes now coming through. We've got Stephen Gregory from the Pendle Triathlon Club. And we've got Brian Hossley taking high fives from spectator as he comes down there. Big smile on his face, so he looks delighted to be finishing. Arms aloft as he crosses the finish line. That's the thing here. There's British Championship titles at stake. There's places, there's age groups, but there's also the immense pleasure of actually finishing a triathlon in the Olympic discipline, putting yourself through such a treacherous effort and crossing that finish line. All the training's been worth it. We've just seen David Ibbotson crossing the line there. Just missed off Mark Perrott and Francesc Luena-Juve, potentially one of our international starters today, who come all the way the journey over to Liverpool to contest this magical event here at the 2014 Tri-Liverpool. As you can see, unfortunately, potential view from the live stream is being obscured by a cameraman there. Please don't worry. It is one of the Channel 4 cameramen, and they are here because Channel 4 will be providing a highlights program, which is due to be broadcast live on television on the 24th of August, Sunday morning at 7 a.m. You'll be able to catch highlights of all of today's events. As we've mentioned previously, it's the standard open events that are currently completing the Olympic distance. Later on, we've got the sprint relay, we've got our para-triathletes, and we're closing the show with our elite athletes. And Channel 4 are providing coverage, a highlights package, and that's going to be aired 2 weeks today, 7 a.m. on Channel 4. We've just seen a few, just to update you, we've seen Colin Dixon there. He's second in the M45 to 49 category. He does come up as second on my screen, but I'm pretty sure Colin may be the actual overall winner. So that's another of our British triathlon champions here. We've mentioned all the age groups. Colin Dixon now takes the 2014 M45 age group category. James Richards coming through, Sean Jackson, Simon Shaw coming through there, John Wickett now, they're all coming through. A variety of colours, variety of representative honours. John Wickett, Dane Stanley coming through there for the M35 category. All athletes had their various strengths, whether it be the swim, the bike and the run, but they all finish at the same point, and they've all got respective times here. Ian Ruff there coming through for another one of those M35-39. When we were speaking to Ian Kitchener about the competitiveness in terms of age group places when it comes to international representative honours, that's a pure testament to it there. Ian Ruff there is the 29th athlete in the M35-39 category to cross the finishing line. So that just shows you how competitive and how much depth there is here in Great Britain in terms of athletes turning up to contest and compete for those representative honours. We've got Sam Myers coming through there, Nicholas Wood, two athletes of the Merseyside Triathlon Club, Peter Bentley, Leicester Triathlon Club, Adam Hughes, So welcome back if you are joining us here for the 2014 Tri-Liverpool event. We've had a whole host of competitors go through the various stages of the swim, bike and run, and the screens in front of you are showing those athletes coming through. Just a notable update, David Brackenridge, for those who have been listening tightly, he was second in the M45 category, so that's another great performance from him. Anthony O'Brien just coming through, Merrick Parker, Andrew Green, Christopher Elchin of the Serpentine Running Club. Number of Serpentine runners out in action today. That distinctive red vest with the yellow stripes across the chest. Carl Roberts of Chester Triathlon Club. All competing in their various age groups and against the clock as well, because as we talked about, they all set off at different stages, so maybe their overall position isn't an actual reflection of where they finish in the overall results when it's all collected aggregately on times. We've got a few more coming through now. We have Dan Mason of the Andover Triathlon Club, Phil Ducker, Warrington Triathlon Club, David Carbut, and M25 to 29, the 56th athlete across the line in that age group. So a hugely competitive affair today. A little bit of a sprint finish there coming through between Mark Bailey and Andrew Wrigley, battling all the way through to the line, both in the M40 category, closely followed by Eric Butchner. And hopefully in the next few minutes, perhaps a little bit of a gap, we will be looking for some of our M50 And then those final athletes who set off in terms of the males at 8 a.m., that's when they started their swim. That was the M55 plus, but you can see hopefully from the screens in front of you, not quite, but there's a good number of spectators here cheering everyone on, giving all their athletes a good shout as they come across. That's Danny Foy coming through, followed by Dean Ratcliffe. Then we have Richard Dodwell of the Mersey Triathlon Club. I'll say this again, Mersey Triathlon Club have been in great support. We were speaking earlier to one of our interviewees, which was Greg Jones. He's part of that triathlon club, and they've been well and truly out in force today. Really doing well. Obviously, this is an event which is supported by the Liverpool City Council and also by the local Liverpool triathlon community. There's a whole host of athletes out here contesting what is the British Triathlon Championships. For many athletes, this is their #1 race of the season. They're looking to peak for the British Triathlon Championships. And as when we confirmed earlier with Ian Kitchener, the first 4 athletes across in their respective age group, as long as they registered intent to compete at the 2015 European Triathlon Championships in their respective age group, if they finish in the first 4, they would be automatically selected. Lee Bibby just coming across, Matt Stevenson, Ioannis Therandopoulos, potentially another one of the international athletes who's made the journey across to Merseyside to compete in this picturesque venue. Such a great atmosphere to be doing triathlon. We spoke about the glorious pictures which would have helped them, athletes, throughout the run, those great surroundings, also all the artwork, the docks that they're able to look up on. Benjamin Hall coming through, Paul McNally, Richard Rainsford, Woleen Yap.
Right, Sean, welcome home, 932, Sean Nick.
Rob Fletcher and Andrew Durran of the Mersey Triathlon Club. Lucidly, no local loyalties, battling it all the way to the finish line for the bragging rights, no doubt, of training in the next few weeks. Well done, Matthew Crimes, just coming across the finishing line there. Scarab Triathlon Club. Some of the athletes, unfortunately, we are unable to identify. They may have had issues with their chip, but certainly that's Jonathan Norris just coming through, and Matthew Dyson. Matthew Reiner leads Bradford Triathlon Club. Arms aloft, comes across the finishing line. Closely followed by Warren Barnes there. Andrew Bentley there, the Rankin College Triathlon Club. Sam Turnbull just crossing the line, using his stopwatch as well. Many of the athletes, even though we got trip electronic timing, still looking for their own watch for that instant feedback. Charlie Sturrup. We got Ronald Saunders, and we've potentially coming across the line now. 1077 is Gordon Stutchbury, who, if confirmed, will take the M50 British Championship title. So well done, Gordon.
ladies finishing just yet.
Just noticed, unfortunately, one of the ladies took a wrong turn into the finishing line. As to point out, with all the biking and running routes, it is the athlete's own responsibility to count their laps. Unfortunately, any athletes who do make an error, it will only be identified from the electronic chip timing when we are able to pick that up. But that's Jonathan Hayes there, the City of Lancaster Triathlon Club coming through. Paul Taylor, Johnny Rawlins, Christopher McNally.
He's definitely got value hailing today.
Colvin Milner now just crossing the climb. Christopher Cregan will be next following through.
Stephen Bridewell, well done, Stephen.
Stephen Bridewell there coming through. Darren Perkins, Gavin Franks. Steve Hatch there giving the commentators outside a good wave there. Good to see a smile on his face. Russell Collister it is from the Manx Triathlon Club there. Well done, Russell. Gary Spencer, who made the long journey from North Devon all the way up here to Merseyside. Well done, Gary. And Thomas Dean closely follows behind. Just to recap, if you are joining us for this live stream, this is the 2014 Liverpool Tri-Fest, which is brought to you in partnership with Lagogard Events Unlimited and British Triathlon and the fantastic support of Liverpool City Council. The event does incorporate the British Triathlon Championships, so as you mentioned, there's lots of athletes competing in their various age groups, stretching down the youngest of the juniors from the 20s into the 25, M30, M35, M40, M45, M50 and the M55 plus. That's both for male and females. Our leading ladies are out on the run at the moment, so it won't be too long. Might be certainly another 20 or 30 minutes or so before we do see some of those leading ladies, but certainly towards the fore they are out on the run. But this is all the men now coming to the close for their finishing effort of the Olympic triathlon distance. Our next open event to start will be the sprint event, which is half the distance. So for all the athletes, that time it will be a 750-metre swim, a 20-kilometre bike and a 5K run. And athletes are either competing that as an individual or as part of a relay team where one athlete does the swim, one athlete does the bike and one athlete does the run. And that event gets underway at 10:30. Welcome if you are joining us here for the 2014 Try Liverpool event here at the docks outside the Echo Arena, currently incorporating the British Championship. So what you're seeing on your screen is some of the athletes all now coming to the close of their finish, and we've got potentially here some of the leading contenders in the M50 category. That was Ewan Keeley and John Bowes sprint. So Ewan Keeley and Tim Ashelford there sprinting it after a 1,500-metre swim, a 40-kilometre bike and a 10-kilometre run. Just comes down to the sprint finish. So those are all the athletes started in waves for their age groups, but certainly Juan and Tim there would have started together, and that was a very hotly contested finish there. No doubt they're on the podium, and also it's potentially now secured one of the representative honours for the European Championships and the age group teams there, both representing Leeds, Bradford and the Manx Triathlon Club respectively. Ian Lee Emery, Simon Locke, as the athletes all stringing through now. It's the Olympic distance for all these standard triathlon events. 1,500-metre run, 40-kilometre bike and a 10k run, and there's a great degree of support out in force, particularly here at the closing stage. You perhaps can't see it from the camera there, but the whole lead into this finish tunnelway is surrounded by spectators who are braving the conditions to lend their support, which is no doubt being greatly appreciated by all the athletes out there. It's been a tough slog, certainly. It's been raining ever since. The wind has picked up slightly, but so far so good. Not the sort of severe winds that we were predicted. We've got Owen Barden, Michael Wilkes, Carl Fisher there, just coming hands aloft, as we've talked about. For a lot of athletes, simply completing the full Olympic distance is a fantastic achievement. They've seen the likes of the Brownlees, the non-Stanfords on TV do it, just so to emulate the same feat, to come and say that I completed a triathlon is a fantastic performance. Most of these guys have been out here for close to 2.5 hours, some even 3 hours plus now as we're entering, as we go down the field. But they're all out here putting blood, sweat and tears into it all, and hopefully many of them after this they'll go down, get a well-earned drink. There's plots of replenishment in terms of energy drinks and air gels. Masseurs are on place to rub down, to swift out, and no doubt a huge array of aches and pains. So as we'd mentioned earlier, a lot of the female athletes now beginning to negotiate their way out onto the running course. We've currently, in terms of overall race leader at the moment, we're just looking to update you in terms of, for the respective age group categories, we've certainly got Esther Coleman, she's leading the under-20 athletes. It's Catherine Derome who's leading the M20. Hazel Smith leads the M25. Rachel Harlan, one of last year's British champions, she's currently dominating the female 30, F30 category. Louise Croxon it is who leads the F35. Alison Levens who leads the F40, and Maria Powell it is who's current leader in the F45. As you can see from the screens, it is the male competitors who are currently strewing through the finishing line, but it won't be too long before we do start to see some of the female competitors. To give you an update from the first run checkpoint, it's currently the overall race is being led by Hazel Smith. She's a F25 category athlete. In second place is Sarah Lewis. She's in the F30 to 34, and she's closely followed by Rachel Howell. So those are two athletes who set off in tandem, and they're currently just 6 seconds separating them, and they're going to duke it out all the way in search of that British title. Richard Bewell, Simon Osborne, Ewan McGrath all coming through there. Andrew Reeves from Serpentine Running Club there. Certainly Simon Osborne 16th in the M50 to 54. Again, great depth throughout the age groups here. All athletes finishing at varying speeds. For some, it's just an effort to get to that finishing line. Others are full of running. We've got Gareth Jones, Jez Preston Jones. We had Daniel Jones, Gareth Jones, Jez Preston Jones. Who predicted that? Paul Tyneman, City of Lancaster Triathlon. Andrew Coldwell. And other athletes taking time to celebrate as they come across the finish line. John Underwood. Great finish there from Martin Kerry, Chris Tarpley and David Bennett. Clive Thorley there in the Trikes Club, 21st athlete across the finish line in the M50 to 54 category. We understand we won't be too far away from our leading female contenders. So as just to give you a recap, it was certainly Hazel Smith, Rachel Hallam. They were towards the 4, leading the way. It's going to be great to see some of these first female athletes, but certainly at the moment it's the males taking centre stage as they're crossing the finishing line, each with their respective targets, categories, maybe looking for personal best placings within their age group, or as we talked about, just to complete the event as a whole would be a huge success for them. Stephen Mannings, it was just crossing the finishing line, 75th in the M30 category. So again, just give you an idea of the depth and competitive nature of an event which incorporates the British Championship. So there's British titles, medals, qualification to represent Team GB is at stake. So there's a lot on the line here for athletes, but for many it is the achievement and satisfaction of just getting to the finish line, and that's what we're seeing here with a few of the athletes. Bit of a kick sprint finish coming in potentially here between the two. It's Peter White and Michael Grant. Peter White coasting past there, another representative of the Mersey Triathlon Club, donning his GB colours. Chris Lawson there, City of Lancaster Triathlon Club.
Race to the line now. Dave Bethel and John O'Hare.
John Wilding, Dave Bethel and John O'Hare there all coming through. Manchester Triathlon Club there for John O'Hare. Gavin Price, one of our M50 to 54. Chris Whittaker. Astley and Tildesley Roadrunners. Paul Mannion, another athlete from the 2 Manchester athletes, very closely together there. No doubt probably training partners as well. Just missed there, Anthony Brown going through. That's the first of our M55 plus athletes. Congratulations, Anthony. You are the 2014 British Triathlon champion for that respective age group. Jim Kersey there, Steve Williams. So as we said, we're hopefully going to be seeing some of the female competitors coming through shortly. But the next event due to start in the water is 10:30 a.m., which is the sprint discipline of the triathlon. So what we're seeing here is all the athletes completing what's the full Olympic distance of 1,500 metre swim, a 40-kilometre bike and a 10K run. For the sprints, we drop down half distance per discipline, so a 750 metre swim, a 20-kilometre bike and a 5K run, and that's a combination of athletes doing that individually or as part of a relay team. We just had Richard Corn come through there to take second place in the M55 Plus. We just had a health and safety update. Currently the water temperature is 19 degrees, so it still is wetsuit optional, but the strong advice from the officials here is if you do have your wetsuit, please make sure that you wear it. So that's for any athletes who may be listening who are coming down later to compete, certainly in the relay, para-triathlon and the elite disciplines. At the moment, we would strongly encourage that you do wear your wetsuit for the swim. Jez Smedley there coming through for third, takes the bronze medalist in the M55 category. Michael Dunn there coming through to take the winner of the M60 category. So certainly many athletes out here showing age as nothing but a number. As we were mentioning earlier with Ian Kitchener, if you're a person who wants to get active and get involved, triathlon's a great sport to be involved in. There's the added motivation of British titles throughout age groups and indeed international representative honours. And all athletes finishing in the top 4 of their event category, providing they've declared an interest, will automatically be selected for next year's European Age Group Championships taking place in Geneva. It's Rachel Hallam is the first female athlete to cross the line. As we'd mentioned previously, he had been listening to the stream. She was a winner of the F25 category last year. She's now stepped up into the F30, and it's another gold medal. And second overall in the female races goes to Sarah Lewis, and she is going to take silver in the same category, the F30 to 34 category. So the 30 to 34 leading the way. So as you probably guess now, it will be a mixture of male and female athletes coming through now. The first of the female athletes, Rachel Hallam and Sarah Lewis, leading the way. Kieran Malone and Matthew Hanwell there crossing the line. We had Nigel Gates, not sure if you just missed that. He came through second in the M60 to 64 category. Well done, Nigel. And I can say with a huge sigh of relief, for the time being, the rain has stopped. Still breezy, but the rain has stopped, which is great for many of those athletes still to get out and compete. And would have been just reward for a lot of these athletes. Once they're finishing now, they don't need to worry too much about quickly getting inside if the rain has stopped. But as we talked about, they'll all be heading off into the Liverpool Echo Arena. Great support from Maxi Nutrition, who are offering their recovery products in terms of replacing that much-needed energy that's been exasperated today. A good opportunity to get a rub down if any athletes do have any niggles. But we currently going across the screen is another one of our female competitors just going to be crossing the line there. That's Hazel Smith. She takes victory in the British Championships, the F25 category, Edinburgh AC. A bronze medalist last year, it's gold this year. Jeremy Cole there, 5th across the line in the M55 to 59 category. Great run there from Jeremy. So just to remind you, as we talked about, the next overall event will be our open sprint disciplines, which, as we talked about, athletes can compete as an individual to complete each one of the 3 stages as an individual or as part of a relay team. It's half the Olympic distance, and those athletes, the first wave, we've got, I'll just look to confirm, we've got 3 waves of open sprint events. The first is due to get underway at 10:30. Then it's 10:35 and 10:40 a.m. And just to make you aware, there are a good number of local celebrity interest available in those open races. Leading the way for those Big Brother fans, it's 2005 winner Craig Phillips. We all know him as the DIY man and all-round nice guy. He's going to be towing the start line in the sprint relay. Also, we have Hollyoaks actress Nikki Sanderson. I understand she's going to be doing the bike leg of her relay discipline. And also local Labour MP Steve Rotherham, he is going to be doing the actual run stage as part of a relay team, and his team gets underway at 10:40. So there will be some familiar faces you may see out there on course or on the stream. Jessica Parry-Williams, it is, who's taken the bronze medal in the F30 to 34. So a very strong category in that F30 to 34. Ladies running, competing extremely well. Just to give you an idea of the standard, winning time of 2 hours and 11:49 for Hazel Smith. So fantastic triathlon for her there. Steve Ashley and Simon Quinn there. So we've just seen Michael Smallwood go through. He's taken the British Championship title, subject to confirmation, for the M65 to 69. Sophie Wickham there, second in the F25 category. So well done, Sophie, from the Tyne Triathlon Club. Got Martin Hollins, David Doherty, and Michael Donovan. Jessica Earp there, coming through for third place in the F25 category to 29. So I'm delighted to be joined by one of today's age group winners, and that's Jamie Hinton, who took victory in the men's 30 to 34 category. Jamie, how was it out there for you? Congratulations, by the way, sorry.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was great. It was tough. Really enjoyed the swim. Enjoyed looking at the jellyfish, nice clear water. Bike was tricky. It was pretty dangerous out there, I'd say. But yeah, it was absolutely awesome. Just slow down for the corners, really dig hard on the straights. And then the run, I just had one of those days like, where you get off the bike and just really feel good. Like, legs felt awesome. So yeah, into the run, felt really good. Great support, great course. I loved this event last year, and it's just as awesome this year, even with the not so good weather. Yeah, and then just felt strong, had a really good finish. Yeah, absolutely loved it.
Sounds like a dream day. As we're looking out now, it looks like the sun's potentially coming out. It certainly wasn't the case for you guys early on this morning. Certainly quite a bit of rain to negotiate, and you talked about, particularly on that bike stage, it would have made things a lot more trickier.
Yeah, it was very tricky. You had to and I kind of had it in my head because I had a crash earlier on this year in my second 70.3 race down in Dorney. So I had that fresh in my mind. So every time I came to the corner, just brake right down. And everyone there's kind of a good community feeling out on the bike. People were sort of saying, yeah, everyone slow down, which is really good to see. Yeah, and then just go extra hard on the straights, use the rest. But yeah, it was definitely dangerous, but it's also fast. I think when it's wet, you really get some speed going on the straights.
And we've mentioned throughout the stream, we've been talking about the age categories. Obviously, you started off in the swim with your category, but obviously places change as you progress through. Was it something you were always conscious of? Obviously, your position in terms of, no doubt you were targeting a British title today.
Yeah, it was great actually. It was one of those races where there were some strong swimmers. So I had a couple of guys actually swimming right with me for the first kilometre of the swim, which is brilliant because it means it kind of keeps me honest. So yeah, had those guys, just about dropped them as we came into the last 400 metres or so. So I came into transition first, and then it's always kind of biking scared, thinking, are the big bikers who couldn't swim quite so well coming. But that kept me going. There was one other guy that I caught from the age group above, so he'd started a bit before me, but he was going really well on the bike. So we kind of, worked together as best as you can in a non-drafting race. And then I had a decent lead into the run. There was a guy, Alex Lawton, who I knew was going to be running fast from the age group above me. So I kind of saw him. I knew he was 5 minutes ahead, and just tried to keep him within range. I knew if I could keep him in the same place, I was going well.
Talk us through the recovery. That's obviously a crucial part of it. You've been finished a while now. What was the process for you once you'd finished?
Yeah, well, so obviously just kind of crash in a big pile on the floor after the finish line for a little bit, which is always quite useful. Then just take it easy, drink a lot of water, lot of I have this H2 Pro stuff that I use to just take a lot of that in, make sure the salts are up, and then just start munching on a few bits and pieces. Bit of Cliff, always good.
Are you sticking around for the rest of the day to watch some of the action?
Yeah, definitely. I'll be watching the elite races. There's a couple of guys that I've raced on the age group scene who've stepped up and doing the elite races, so it'll be really great to see how they go.
And when we're next going to see you in action, what's your next? You got in the pencil?
Next big thing is, so this year's kind of my 70.3 year. So the 70.3 World Champs in Mont-Tremblant in September.
All the best for those. Thanks for talking to us, and congratulations today on British Child.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. Vicky Thrift there coming through to take 6th in the F25. And Teresa Fab it is, Edinburgh Racing Club. 6th in that category, the 30 to 34. Judith Leskonovic, 7th. Sophie Evans, 2nd in the F17 to 19 category. So females young and for his youngest competitors still coming through as well. We've had Louise Croxton go through there. She is our British champion for the F35 to 39 category. Well done, Louise. Bethan Hughes there, F35-39, British champion, silver medal. Well done, Bethan. Male and female competitors coming through thick and fast. We've seen Maria Powell there, who's potentially, if confirmed, is our British F45 to 49 champion. Well done, Maria. Sophie McGlechan, 7th in the F20 to 24 age group. And Jenny Evans there, another member of that City of Lancaster Triathlon Club. City of Lancaster been in great force today. Huge number of representation, and Jenny is the latest to cross the finish line. And it's Alison Levens now who takes victory in the 40 to 44. So that's another gold medal. Well done, Alison. Jill Cliff there, Deal Triathlon Club, coming through to take the silver medal in the F45 to 49 category. Hannah Howitt there, 4th in the 17 to 19 age group, just outside the medals, but as we've mentioned previously, potentially one of those automatic qualifying slots for next year's European Championships. Well done. Really strong age group in the F30 to 34. We've now had 11 competitors go through the finish line. Ruth Thom with the Salisbury Triathlon Club was the next one through. Well done. Ian Rochiter's there taking the high fives as he comes through. 62nd position in the M50 to 54 category there for Ian. Well done, Ian. Flora Gordon-Lennox coming through. Gary Wilson.
34, finished 13th, well done, Flora. And Gary Wilson in the 45-49 age group.
Catherine Barrett, East Grinstead Triathlon Club. Well done, Catherine. We just had Helen Nichols there come through from Stibbington Green Runners and AC Club. That's a bronze medal for her in the F35 to 39 category.
It was Gary Wilson, but then behind Gary came
Caitlin Bradley going to place 8th in the F20 to 24 category.
she's finished third in the 35.
Caitlin running in her GB colours there, so previously an athlete who's represented Great Britain on the international stage.
Just behind her.
Just to remind you, we do have our sprint relay events underway as well, and just to give you an update, we have our initial athletes getting out of the water. Certainly event leaders, we have Tom Chant, Alan Edwards, Peter Cottington, Matt Abbott. Apologies, sorry, it was James Dean in actual fact. James Dean was the first out of the water. A very impressive swim for him. Remember, it's half the Olympic distance, so 750 metre sprint swim. Brett Fletcher it was in second, and Jamie Fragley, who was leading 3. We've currently got roughly around about 15 to 20 athletes out of the water in that initial stage. Don't forget, though, it did go off in 2 waves for this open sprint. The first wave went at 10:30 a.m., the second wave at 10:35, and the final wave, which does incorporate a lot of those contesting the sprint relay, that went at 10:40, and we'll look to update you on proceedings as that race plays itself out. So just to confirm you, the leading men out of the water in the sprint relay was James Dean, Oliver Fairway and Jamie Fragley. And the top 3 women out of the water were Kaylee Adams, Katie Birchall and Sean Dillon. Katie Webster coming through there, Pippa Tanner, Rachel Crossley.
Next up, we've got an athlete from Serpentine. Go the Serpies in the red and the yellow stripes. That's Eleanor Murphy.
Eleanor Murphy there coming through for the Serpentine Club. Mark Sims.
And then we've got Trisport Epping. Melanie Barlow-Graham just behind.
Melanie Barlow-Graham, fifth there in the F40 to 44 category. A lot of pain and effort on a lot of these athletes' face, which is always good to see. No one ever said triathlon was easy. It is a challenge in itself, completing this discipline, and many athletes overcoming that battle against fitness themselves and the conditions. As we talked about, the rain thankfully has now stopped. The wind, which was expected to really ramp up, has not yet appeared, which is great to see. And we're seeing some good sprint finishes here. We've got Emma Hughes coming through, Victoria Collard.
She's been chased by Victoria Collard and Michael Wood.
Michael Wood coming through there. 64 guys have gone through from the M50 to 54 age group, so great participation levels. Jan Scott, Katie Hooper there coming through, 19th place in the F30 to 34. Amber Carriage as well, 11th in the F20 to 24 age group.
Pelican triathletes representing Poland. This is Kasia Gilovic. And just behind colours of
Kasia Gilovic, one of the Polish athletes who's representing, runs for Hillenden Triathlon Club. Joe Zoppi, Andrew DeWitt. So a great number of names, international representation, all coming through now. Mark Davis there, 66 athletes across the line in the M50 to 54. George Somlow, 10th there in the M65 to 69. Great running there from George, inside 3 hours.
2 or 3 minutes, I'm estimating.
as close as possible. So a start at 7 a.m. and we're in full force now, close to 4 hours into it. We've seen a number of female and male athletes in particular finishing the standard disciplines, which is the Olympic traditional triathlon course. We mentioned earlier that starting from 10:30 we had the sprint triathlon, so the vast majority of those athletes are now onto their biking stage. They've gone through transition, but taking centre stage at 11 o'clock is our para triathletes. It's fantastic to see them here as part of this Tri Liverpool event, and I'm delighted to be joined by the talent. So just confirm your full title again for me, Alistair.
I am the para triathlon talent and development manager at British Tri.
So a perfect man to give us an insight and a lowdown for those who are maybe tuning in new to obviously triathlon in particular, but the para triathlon, I'm sure many of you maybe have seen. There has been some footage on television. It's certainly a vastly growing sport and discipline, and it's great to see Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the fore. And it can get, with most Paralympic sports, a little bit complicated to say the least when it comes to classifications. So this is where Alistair's going to be a huge asset to us, because starting at 11 o'clock we have the PT2 through to 5. So that's PT2, PT3, PT4 and PT5 category athletes. So Alistair, in your best layman's speak, can you try and give us an overview of what that exactly means?
Okay, so there are 5 categories. The PT1 race goes later on at 1 o'clock, and that's for the wheelchair athletes. PT2 through to PT4 are the ambulant categories. So those guys all swim. They use a normal bike, possibly with some adaptations, and then they run. So the PT2s have the greatest level of impairment. The PT4s have the least level of impairment. So a few examples that you'll see in the 4s. In the 4s, certainly, I think we have 17 competing in the PT4s, which is a large proportion of the field. You're going to see guys with sort of lower arm impairments or lower arm amputations. You're going to see some lower leg amputations and leg impairments. When you move into the PT3 category, you're going to be seeing perhaps guys with full arm amputations. Down in the PT2s, you're looking at guys with above knee amputations and so forth. So quite a variety. Athletes with cerebral palsy are then generally split among those categories. They could even go into the chair category, and that just depends on the level of their own impairment, which is all assessed by the classifiers.
Certainly, and probably, as you maybe most people have alluded to there, it's not simply a case of you turn up and you compete, because obviously, particularly with para triathlon, there has to be a series of tests and so forth before athletes can largely be classified into which category they'll fall into.
They do, yes. Any athlete who competes in an official para triathlon event, I mean, anyone with a disability can compete in any triathlon event generally, but to compete in a specific para triathlon event, you need to be classified. That means you go through a process where there are 2 classifiers. For us, they are generally physiotherapists, and they go through and take them through a series of different tests, just to assess basically what their level of impairment is, to assess if they have the right level of impairment to be able to compete, and then which category they actually go into once they have that. That involves various sort of medical type tests, but also can involve them getting on a turbo trainer on their bike to demonstrate their ability to ride the bike, and also running to see how their impairment affects their ability to run. So that happens for the PT1 through to the PT4. The PT5s, which you didn't mention there, for the visually impaired athletes, that is split into the 5As, who are the blind athletes, and then the 5Bs, who are the visually impaired athletes. That actually, we need specific ophthalmologists to do that testing. It's a bit more complex, it's not quite as straightforward, and that classification again generally takes place more at an international level. Again, all athletes have to be classified both nationally, and then when they go forward and compete, they have to be classified internationally to make sure that they're going forward, and it's done in a fair way from every single country. And that's not just within para-triathlon, that's the same in all disability sports.
Sure. And it sounds a very complicated process, but it's done nothing to dampen the enthusiasm, because certainly Great Britain, as we know, we saw from London 2012 the huge array of Paralympic sports and the Paralympic medalists that we had, and it's great to see that ripple effect now slowly drifting into triathlon. So it's clearly something that British Triathlon see as very important, and we're hopefully going to do very well, particularly in the next few Olympics.
Yeah, well, I mean, British Triathlon really have been at the forefront of the development of para-triathlon. The first British Championships took place in 2008, and then in December 2010 it was confirmed as a Paralympic sport for Rio 2016, which obviously is massively exciting. It heralded then the introduction of UK sport funding, which obviously then allows us as a programme to fully function and to really focus towards winning medals at the Rio Games and obviously in Tokyo 2020 and beyond. We now have a full-time setup, all funded by both UK Sport and Sport England. That goes with our hub based out of Loughborough, where we have full-time coach, we also then have a strength and conditioning coach, we have nutritionists, psychologists, we have physiotherapy, and then we have the main body of the staff, with the team being based in Loughborough as well, and myself and our programme manager Johnny Royal all also get involved and help out a bit with the coaching and so forth. So it's a real team effort. We're still quite a small team relative to some of the other sports, but we've topped the medals table every time we've competed this year at an international event, and we've topped the medal table at every World Championships, I think, for the last 3 years.
Wow.
So we are doing really well, but we're not remotely complacent. We know that as the sport grows, and as we get more and more people, that other countries will take it more seriously. Mm-hmm. We're already seeing some athletes coming across from other sports, not just in the UK, but across the world, and that brings some superb athletes into the fold, which is fantastic for the development of the sport. You know, we obviously want to be at the top of the world, but we also want to see it as a really competitive sport across the world.
Sure.
So we want to go with that. This year we have the classification system we're operating in now is new for this year. So we have a reduction in the number of categories. Yep. Last year there were 14 gold medals, and we won 6 of those, and 15 medals in total. This year there's only 10 gold medals on offer. So the challenge gets upped. We don't expect to go and win 6 golds, but obviously percentage wise we look to try and keep going forward and keep dominating, and we will certainly, you know, for us the talent search isn't over. We want to keep pushing forward and really try and find some athletes who are going to really have an impact on the world. Not that the guys we've got there don't. We've got some absolutely superb athletes in there. We've also got a big talent squad competing today as well, so the guys clipping at their heels that we expect to step up, but our job is to always keep looking to really work with the guys we've got, but to keep pushing forward and finding more people to, maybe not to replace them, but certainly to challenge them and push them on domestically to the next level.
To keep that domestic on. And you've mentioned that then, so particularly looking ahead to today, so in this opening race where we talked about varying degrees of start time, but the vast majority of these PT2s to the 5 categories are going to be preparing, if not in the water underway. Who are you really looking forward to seeing today?
I think for me, probably the best race that we're going to have is where we're going to have one of the amalgamations of categories from last year. So under the previous system, the blind and visually impaired athletes competed separately. What we now have is that the 5As, the blind athletes, have a head start of 3 minutes 43 over the visually impaired athletes. So we have Chris Goodwin, who won the last year's category for the blind athletes, and Dave Ellis, who won last year's Worlds for the visually impaired athletes. Chris gets a start of 3 minutes 43. And generally this year he has beaten Dave with that start, but actually the last time out they raced, Dave managed to overhaul him and get the better of him, and we're certainly going to see a cracking race in that one. Dave comes from a swimming background. He was a Paralympic swimmer who competed in the Beijing Games, although then as a sprint breaststroker, so it's a bit of a change.
Wow.
Competing over an hour.
Bit of a step up.
But we're going to see him. He will swim very well, but Chris's swim keeps coming on. We would expect to see Dave potentially take 1.5 to 2 minutes out of Chris on the swim leg. On the bike leg, they've been pretty even this year. So Dave's real job is to try and do something on that bike leg. I think also the length of transitions today is going to play into Dave's hands.
Yeah.
And then we've got the run leg, and again that's varied. In London at the ITU event in London, they ran exactly the same time. Then in the last race out, Dave did run quicker, so we expect the VIs to be quicker, but as a race and as a spectacle, that's going to be an absolutely cracking race.
Certainly. And how important do you think is as this stage is presented as well? Because we are seeing it equally, most recently in the Commonwealth Games, this overall accepting and understanding that sport comes together as a whole, so able-bodied and disability, and it's a great show for these guys to create an advert that triathlon in this country is inclusive. For whatever your background, you can come and get involved in a fantastic event like this.
Well, I mean, it is. It's fantastic, and I think the reason that we're starting to see that is the reason, anyone loves sport as long as it's real sport and it's competitive, and you could turn up to any sport you've never seen before in your life, and if it looks like it's a good contest, you'd enjoy it, and that's the real benefit, and I think that's what people are starting to see in Paralympic sport, is that it is competitive. You look at athletics, and we've got Richard Bowen and Johnny Peacock, and a great rivalry there. And again, it's things like it's Chris against Dave today, and that's not to discount the other athletes in that field at all, because within that field we've also got Ian Dawson, who just 2 years ago was the world champion. We've got Asib Ahmad, who has won in one of the ITU races as a fully blind athlete as well this year, and so we've got a lot of guys in there, and we're going to see a race, and that's why we can really be inclusive and allow people, and people can come out and get excited about the sport they're watching. I think the other race that really that's really going to excite today, I think, is the men's PT4. Again, we've got a massive variety of disabilities. We've got 15 men who are PT4s. We've got a couple of girls in that category as well. Obviously they compete separately, but within the same race. But we've got a range of different disabilities, and from athletes like Dave Hill, who was fourth in last year's Old Tri-4 category. We've then got Matt Emerson, who won last year's Tri-5 category. George Peasgood, who was third in that race in the Tri-5s last year. They're all in together. The Tri-4s have had the better of it so far, but we've honestly got an absolutely cracking race with those guys. Chris Frost, who's another arm amp, along with Dave Hill, who's been really competitive this year and has kind of been a bit to and fro with George. We've got also a little bit, not quite, almost sort of an outside bet, may well be Barry Davids, who's got an arm impairment. There's 5 or 6 guys in there who could be really, really competitive at the front, and on top of that, we've then got some of the new guys coming through. And we've even also got, from the old Tri-3 category, as it's all come out, Steve Judge, previous world champion in that category and silver medalist, who's stepped back from competing internationally, but I can certainly tell you from his Twitter account that he's been very actively training. And I think we're going to see some absolutely cracking racing out there today, and that's what hopefully the spectators will see. And I'd like to think the spectators will respect the guys for their level of competition, not just for the disabilities they're competing with, but actually for the athletes that they are. Definitely,
because triathlon, paratriathlon, whatever you're saying, it's fitness and ability across 3 disciplines. Lots of us out there used to being unisport, this is the one thing I'm good at, and it's equally even more challenging potentially for these paratriathletes. So mouth-watering affair, definitely. So the last thing, because I know you want to get out there and obviously see how the race is panning out at the moment, if there are people out there listening and obviously hopefully motivated and inspired by the footage that we'll probably see through the stream, and certainly when Channel 4 broadcast the pictures, if they want to get involved, what's your advice and recommendation to them?
The recommendation really, if you want to get involved and you've not done so before, is please visit the British Triathlon website, britishtriathlon.org, and if go in there and search for paratriathlon. If you just put in britishtriathlon.org/paratriathlon, you'll get the contact details not only for myself but also for our programme as a whole. Drop us a line, and we'll quite happily pick up the phone and have a chat to you, and we can invite you along to Loughborough to the hub, or we can have a chat to you, see what's right. We work as well with our regional teams, be that in Scotland, Wales, or across the English regions. Our teams there are fully inclusive as well. It's not a separate Paratri development squad across the country. It's all one, and we'll find the best clubs for you locally. And I talk a lot here about the competition at the front, and obviously that's massively important for us, and our UK Sport fund us very well to get medals for Rio, and that has to be our focus. But we also know that we need to build a sport, and we need to have a sport where anyone new coming in can come in and compete. They can compete in a normal triathlon, but if they want to compete against their peers, we need to have other para-triathlon events, and we really want to see that happening. So I think the thing that's key for us is just come along, get involved. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you aspire to be a Paralympic champion, then yeah, please, come in and tell us that. But if you just want to come in and give it a go, and as you say, we all used to just going out for a run and thinking that's quite tough work, but actually you've got the swimming there as well, which is quite foreign for some people. Obviously for others that's where they're coming from. You've got your bike, and actually you've got your transitions in there as well, and that's where para-triathlon's a little bit different. Everyone's allowed a handler, so the guys out in the PT1 category later, the chair athletes, they're allowed 2 handlers who can help transfer them from there. They go into their day chair when they come out of the swim. They then come into transition. They get put. You then help them get their wetsuit off, get all the kit off, and get into their hand bike. They then go out, do the hand bike leg. They then come back, and you're getting them into the race chair. And I'm lucky enough I'll be out getting involved in that a little bit later on as well. And that's a really key part, and you can save minutes in that area. With the 2 to 4s, they're allowed 1 handler who again can just help them get their bike sorted, get their helmet on. Even if you don't have 2 hands, then actually clipping a helmet in, which is a rule within the sport you have to do, then they can help you with that. The 5s, what we haven't mentioned yet is the 5s compete with a guide athlete, so they don't compete on their own. What we're going to see there is they don't have a handler because the guide can help them. Finding guides who are good enough is quite a challenge as the level of the sport goes up, because you've got to have a guide who not only is quicker overall as a triathlete, but is quicker in the swim, on the bike, and on the run. Because the bike, I think they say it, a guide's worst day has got to be better than an athlete's best day.
Okay.
If they're going to be able to guide them effectively and give them a really good race. So that's something that is really key. And you're talking about some very good athletes giving up their own aspirations, and that's something that we as a programme are eternally grateful for, because it's quite a challenge. You give up a lot of your own ambitions. There's guys who could have been competing in the elite senior men's race later on today, but they're not. They're here competing in the as guides in the para-tri race. Actually, one of our female guides last year, Jenny Manners, guided in the women's race, and then about an hour and a half later went out and finished 5th in the senior women's elite race. So we are talking about some really cracking athletes,
definitely,
and great athletes in their own right. And I suppose not sound too philosophical, but actually really good people who are prepared to go out there and give their best for other people. And handling a bike when you've got someone else on the back on a, it is drying up here, and
thankfully the rain's
that's
disappeared.
Fantastic to see, but it's a bit windy, it's a bit wet and slippy. That's quite a task, and that's a real challenge. And there's some great stuff, and then just guiding them in the water and what they do, and also through the run. But it's not just today; it's about helping them out in training as well. So that's another great part, but it's a fast, exciting part. The tandems, if you see a tandem going, those things can go. I've been out for a ride with the tandem a few times, and if you can get on the wheel, you're okay, but if you lose the wheel, they're long gone until they come up the hills, when
that's where it gets messy.
That's where it gets challenging for those guys. Down a hill, you ain't got a hope of staying in touch with those guys.
Well, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your insight then, Alistair. I know you're going to be heading off, but you will be looking to join us again when they come to the closing stages, particularly as the athletes will take centre stage coming up the finish way here. But as we pointed out, whether you want to be a competitor, volunteer, a guide, or just assist in the growth of another strand to the British triathlon brand, which is para-triathlon, and we are going to be hugely successful. If you want to join that journey, as we said, please head to the website and get involved. Well, for the time being, thank you very much for your time, Alistair, and we'll look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Cheers, Tom. I'll see you in a while.
Thank you very much. So just to give you an update in the proceedings for the para triathlon, we have had a number of athletes exit the swim now, so they're currently a lot of them are well into their transition out onto the bike for their respective categories. So as we talked about with Alistair earlier, some will be going straight onto a typical bicycle, some may be using tricycles, which is also to help compensate to support them through their with their particular event discipline. The fastest in the swim was the PT3 category, Ben Jones. He was first out with a very impressive 12:57, closely followed behind by Faye McCulland. She's a T4 category, apologies, sorry, put my teeth back in. Then we had Barry Davis, Andrew Lewis, Stephen Crowley, Andrew Grant, Chris Fost, Hasib Abed, Dave Ellis, Steve Judge and Sean Grundy. That currently makes up the top 12 places there. As we talked about, live results are available on the British Triathlon website. So if you head to www.britishtriathlon.org, you'll be able to click in to choose for live updates of that para-triathlon for the PT2, PT3, PT4 and PT5 category athletes who are currently either in the water at the moment or making their way into transition out onto the bike stage. We've already seen a great day of action so far, and as we've talked about, it's mainly the standard athletes who are making their way down the finishing straight now. We've got the sprint discipline, they're out on course, most are on the bike, and they'll very shortly be entering into the run. And the para triathletes, they're taking centre stage, they're currently in the swim, many exiting into transition into the cycle stage. But just to make you aware, obviously these events can't happen without the fantastic support with a number of sponsors. In particular, we'd like to mention Garmin. For those of you who are not aware, Garmin are fitness products. They're an essential tool for all athletes and coaches to help them monitor their performance in order to reach their full potential in the three disciplines of running, swimming and cycling. Maxi Nutrition, their ethos, obviously there are moments on the road when you have to dig deep. During this kind of hard exercise, we do have severe muscle breakdown in your fibres. In order to recover that, you do need protein. And ProMax from Maxi Nutrition provides a unique blend of protein that restores and rebuilds these muscles to help you stay to the fore in terms of your fitness and recovery in order to do so. We also have the guys from Zero D. They're proud to be the official apparel sponsor for the British Triathlon Federation. They're a multi-award winning organisation, and their suits are worn by the British Triathlon Federation elite athletes. There is a stand here that's currently, I can see from our small position outside. If you are looking on heading down, or simply Google their website, they can certainly guide you in the right light in terms of elite apparel for the triathlon distance. Also, we have the guys from Whole Earth to thank. Whole Earth is a peanut butter that's made with all natural ingredients to help deliver the body a healthy source of energy, nutrients and protein for both elite and amateur athletes. So whatever your background, they can help cater and support your needs in order to help bring you to. And finally, our final sponsor to make a mention of is Beacon, and Beacon are the official bike supplier of British Triathlon. Their triathletes include George Benson, Lewis Rosling and Sean Rainsley, all using the Beacon's BF100 Campagnalong race bike. Beacon have made their Beacon also make their BF55 triathlon bike, which you can see here at the Beacon stand here down at the triathlon, which thankfully due to the conditions is based outside. Their BF55 bike won the national team trial this year and recently finished second in the national 12-hour time trial. So if you are interested in acquiring a new bike, please head over to the Beacon stand, and those guys will be able to point you in a very reliable direction in terms of the products that they have available.